call the meeting to order. 5:32. We have a form present. We posted on the rules of regulation 2006. I have to see everybody back.
Nice to be back.
Seems like we're going fast. I'm walking in here. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, so we're going to start our workshop tonight. We have Mr. Brian Langley, who is the city manager for the city of Burleson, here with us tonight. And we also have Mr. Justin Bond from the Chisholm Summit community, plan community. And so they're here tonight to give you some information on each development within our school district, and to just kind of give you that update so that you can be well informed as we start moving forward. So I just want to thank both of these gentlemen for being here tonight and for reaching out to share this information with us, because this is valuable as we continue to plan. I also want to just thank Mr. Langley, because he has been very, very helpful always with us. At the beginning of the school year, Ms. Metzger and I went out there to visit with him, and very helpful in sharing, when we use the comment sharing that's from the relief funds with us and helping us with our technology funds. So I want to thank him and just.
Where did you come from?
I came from Italy.
Okay, I was on the committee.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So
You're welcome.
Let me tell you why you must be good tonight.
Okay, so Mr. Langley, I'm going to turn it over to you now.
Okay, well, thank you everyone again. Brian Langley, City of Burleson. It's a pleasure to be with you. You guys are okay before mine. This is the same presentation that we gave to our council, Justin and I gave to the council on March 15th. There's a lot of information here, about 40 slides or so. I know we've got limited time. I'm not going to go through each one in detail. What I'm hoping to do is kind of get the high point for you, so you can show you some of these details, and then see if there's any questions at the beginning that you want to focus on. So feel free to stop me or Justin anywhere in the process. I'll wait for the first few slides and then back over and give some of the details to development. So just to give you a little bit of an idea of the presentation outline, there's a variety of things that we focus on with our city council. The left side, strategic issues of Burleson. So this is a map of the city of Burleson, and you can see right here. This area and the circle area that we're going to be focusing on in the Chisholm Summit development. All of this is from Josh by ISD, and that's one of the reasons we wanted to come here today to talk about this development. So this will all be in part of the city of Burleson. So the flagship colors, that's all city of Burleson incorporated limits. And then the darker shaded blue, what's called the extra jurisdiction. So we've been looking at that west side, all the strategic issues for the city, our infrastructure, right, some of the development out there. We believe all of this is coming together in a great way that it's coming together. So here's a little bit closer in view of the area that we're going to be talking about. This red line here is the Chisholm Trail Parkway. It's the way that goes from Cleveland all the way to downtown Fort Worth. We think it's a great corridor for travel going forward in the future. And all of these areas in gold and this yellow color are what we call annexation agreements or development agreements. And what that basically means is if that property changes from an ag use into a developed use, then those properties are required to be annexed in by the city. That was done strategically before I was here back in 2014, 2016. So the city did a good job of looking at the future of that. But all of this area has struggles with infrastructure and connectivity. If you've ever been out there and trying to maneuver around, and it's very hard to get from one place to the other. I always get lost personally. I think I finally got it after a dozen trips out there. But it is difficult. There's not an east-west corridor. There's not a north-south corridor. We're coming forward with a plan that's going to put in the infrastructure to give us all the access that we need as well as to the right kind of development. So we'll show you that. One of the things that council looked at doing over the last year was coming up with a master plan policy, and I won't bore you with all the details on that, but trying to look at a development holistic standpoint to make sure connectivity, good, unique spaces, walkable. We have a lot of elements that were all incorporated in one master plan. So we've had good developments in Burleson in this region for a long time. They've done a master plan or an overall scale to have good connectivity. So one of the things we wanted to do was encourage that. So that we brought forward the Chisholm Summit development we tried to make sure that all those elements that we achieved, that we identified in the master plan, the community policy, that we achieve those in this development. So as we go through those, key areas that are focused on here on this slide, Justin's going to talk about how the development achieves those specific things, because those are things that were important for the council when we were looking at a project like this. And here's some of the incentives that we're going to be working on with this. This is eligible incentives in master plan community project for this particular development. Most of it's going to be about infrastructure. We're going to construct and pay for the infrastructure with this development going, and that's going to be the primary incentive. One of the other things that we did is we looked at our economic development strategic plan of how we wanted to get economic development going forward for the city. So we created a new strategic plan in 2020. Here's some of the major things. We know about High Point Business Park on I-35. We want to maximize that development. But then create a new business park, which would be an office and medical business park instead of the industrial and manufacturing base. And so as part of this development, we're going to show you that we also have a business park that's going to be constructed on the northern side of that. We'll show you some maps here in a minute. This is a very large development that we're working on. It's over 900 acres. Right now, about 915. My experience with these in the past is that they grow a little bit over time. It's probably take about 15 or 20 years to grow out. Other properties will likely come into it over time and grow probably in excess of 1,000 acres at some point. But it has, we've worked very successfully with the developer, incorporates the master plan community element, the professional office park that I mentioned to you before, the west side road going toward the sewer line, which is, as you guys know, for development, it's really important. That's one of the least fun things to build in the sewer line, but it's so important to get development line, and so that's going to really help us accelerate the whole area. Having a little bit of delay. So this is the Chisholm Trail Parkway. You can see here on my left, moving up this direction is north towards downtown Fort Worth. This gives you the size of this development. It's really bigger than you think. All this area in yellow is all development. And this is also an interesting part of the development. This is the highest point in Johnson County you can actually build on, actually develop. So Caddo Peak is another high point in the county, but you can't really build on it. This is actually where homes can be built. It's got some great views. It's going to be a really nice addition. Then you can see how far it is over from where I office in Old Town, back to downtown Burleson there from this point. This is the area where we're going to have the business park. We'll show you that in a little bit more detail in a moment. And for those of you that are familiar with Burleson, just to give you some idea of the size of this, we thought these slides were really interesting. This is about a 2 square mile development. Big. When you say 2 square miles, it just doesn't really feel big. But this is how it lays out. And you know, our city, it's the same size as between, it's between John Jones and Renfro. It's the same size of that, which is about 25% of the city of Burleson. So if you know that area, it's a very, very large area. This at build out, this will be well in excess of $1 billion of value that will be added, which is also more than 25% of the sort of operating value in Burleson. So we say 2 square miles, you know, $1 billion excess value, so giving you an idea of how big this really is. So that's my introductory slides. I'm going to turn this over to Justin and let him go through some of the details, and then I'll come back and wrap up some of the details.
Board members, my name is Justin Vaughn. I'm with Burleson Development. We like to go under a number of company names, but Rocky Ransom is our principal developer. He's obviously worked in this area for a good while and built a number of communities. I am a Johnson County guy myself, grew up here, and I'm glad to get to work on projects like this. This property, you may know by some of its former owners. This was Little Meadows, and it was Harvest and Fisher, they called it one time, down in Fort Hill, working with the Jacksons on a good part of this. So it's all that land put together. It's taken us about 6 years to really bring everybody on board with what this might look like. The whole goal is that you would see a community that was different than just a typical subdivision, but that it would have a theme, that it would have a look and a feel, kind of a sub-community of its own. You see these in North Fort Worth, places like Harvest, a Hillwood community. In Arlington, Meridian is an example, and a number of other parts of the metroplex. And so I'll walk you through a little bit of what it is that we're doing, but some of the big takeaways, like Brian said, this is a very large development, and it's going to take a while to build. But also it activates an entire side of our county that up to this point has not been, because of infrastructure that will be added to the region. So not just our property, but properties around it that will be added to the overall plan. This also shifts the way that traffic moves. Chisholm Trail Parkway is meant to move traffic, and right now we all live with all the stoplights at 174. And this does create multiple options and allow our county to breathe just a little bit as we expand. Basically, what we're trying to say here is that this has been a series of years for the community as well, that the city not only had the development agreements, but even had those strange annexation lines that reached out to the tollway. The eye has been on the western side for a while now. Really, through these partnerships, we have been able to get a better idea of what it would take to put a large community together. This is a layout with a lot of colors and no context, but I will tell you, here's what you can basically see. It stretches over a large area. It has a number of parks in it. I list out that we have over 100 acres of park, about 10 miles of trail. We have ranging housing types that I'll go through, but we have designed this in a way where it has a central commercial node, it has a look and a feel, it has a vibe to it, and it is an area that you can identify not just by a subdivision sign, but as a community. Let me point out one number in particular that kind of got me in trouble the last time that I showed it. Was the 25%, and you'll see the word multifamily. That's not what I'm saying here. In fact, I'm saying the not traditional residential house. So other types. In fact, on multifamily, I do show 250 units, which is a and all the way to an area where you could be in a smaller townhome but be able to use the trails. You could be in a senior living area. You could be in a what they call a 4-pack, which is like a 55 and older house that's 1,300 feet but shares a driveway, but you still own the house. This truly is a spot that everybody can be in. We also have an equestrian center that is located today on one of the properties and will stay and be incorporated and actually kind of be a cornerstone for the development as we. Brian's going over some of this and try to reference people as well. This gives a little bit more background on what a master plan blocks and cul-de-sacs. For the theme of it all, we are going with more of a western property that has this nice railing with linseed oil that, and then the brand that's included on the fence, and so you'll know that you're in the Chisholm Summit community area. And as we go, I want to use a lot of ornamental iron in a way that kind of highlights and gives some durability to the facility that's on the ground, but also use some of these barn type elements. In fact, we have a central park that's about 11 acres, and I should have done my context reference, but Burleson Warren Park is that one across from the library. That's just about 5 acres. So this is about double what's in that park. So this is the park I was referencing. I'll gloss over it, but it has everything from it is the area where we'll detain the water that's needed for the development, but we'll keep the water at a level that you can use it as a lake, that you can use it as trails around the lake area, and it will be a focus, and it will be an early deliverable for the whole project as we build the road. There are 8 other parks, kind of a neighborhood park, where they're 2 to 3 acres. They would have a couple of key elements, maybe some of the water passive area, tree grove, all kinds of different things that will be on our list. By the way, the city will have us all locked in on a development agreement, and we'll follow, of course, with zoning, that's all mandated by our agreement with them. Along the trails, in fact, we have, as Johnson County so has, a number of pipelines that are around the area, but you can use these pipelines and you can use the area next to them as green space. It's a great opportunity to create linear connections. So that became an early element that we tried to include. But along these trails, we'll have little pocket parks that would have a watering station, maybe activity, art or engineering, some sort of experience. My thought is that for my family who lives, my wife takes out our slew of kids, and at the end of our block, we can jump on the trail, but to have a small experience or a long one, depending on how long the twins last. That's usually how it is in my house. I mentioned this equestrian center and how that area may be developed. It also has over 30 acres of ponds plus additional green space.
How do you just made it like?
Great question. Let me think if I can get any reference point to that. I bet. Right in the middle? Okay. Yeah, and that was all, of course, that dirt was dug out from the bridge, so, no, that's a really good reference. I'll add that as I present on this. I need to add that up. But that's a great reference point, a water feature point. I'll talk about the lot size. I think it is a good takeaway question, which is what kind of houses are you building out there? Primarily, they would be the standard 60-foot house, primarily meaning over 60% of those single-family houses. However, it ranges to where I have some that are larger lots. 70-foot lets you do a J-swing, and a state lot is obviously a little larger. As we go up to the top of the hill, we'll have larger lots. We're trying to take advantage of that perspective as you look down. There are also homes that are called patio homes or bungalow courthouses, where the garage is located, it's alley loaded, and they may share a front yard. But cost of construction is going up. It's $130, $140 a foot to build a house just simply off the cost. Average cost of a new home in DFW is $330,000. So we find that buyers are looking for, I want to be in a community, but I can't be in 3,000 square feet. And we'll offer that too, but we're trying to offer many times. So you can see the breakdown a little bit of what all we have in this area. I include that 56-foot cottage in my standard house. That's like the ones we have in Old Town, Burleson, and then also behind Walmart. As we develop out a commercial area, that comes with time and the rooftops, but we would be able to have a location that the trails connect to is a central spot of this community. Where I talked a little bit about this office park. We're grateful for the partnership with the city of Burleson. It does allow the opportunity to really see this growth occur, but it also gives us a place on the tollway for these professional uses. It'd be a great use of what we see further north, but it helps the tone of development as we keep moving further south on the tollway. With the city, we're working to put together what is called a public improvement district. This is a special district that basically allows that quality parks will be built and maintained. You have to include that with what other taxes are added in an area, but it is assessed at the beginning and goes into a group that will manage that. There are larger and more robust districts, like a municipal management district or a municipal utility district. This is kind of that base level that just says, we want high-level parks, but we want the ability to get local focus on that. It's important to compare to other areas. The last thing we want is to create a spot where people don't want to buy a house because they can do the math and do the taxes. However, that's not the case here. In fact, it still is lower than a Burleson resident would pay in some other areas. I have Joshua ISD as a component in my Chisholm Summer team. But the goal here would be that we provide an opportunity to show a value of community while at the same time maintaining smart taxes. You go into Walsh on West Fort Worth and you're paying easily another 10% on top of what we are. infrastructure expansion. The sewer certificate, the ability to serve this area, Burleson can do that, but we have to lift it out. And we'll be able to gravity flow down to our collection point. What will help us though is what is to be noted with this development is we'll build lines that will capture other properties around the area that are not included in Chisholm Center. And so you'll have sewer lines that are now opening up new property. As a part of that, we're working with the city, everything from a public safety facility, locating emergency response in this area, as well as how we deliver these roads. We'll be working to get these organized as a part of our project, and we'll be under, I'm sure, close participation with the city as they want to see this happen in a way that meets the community's goal. So with that, I'm grateful to have the chance to be a part of a project like this. It is, I know it's big, and it's probably something that certainly makes you say, wow, I had no idea all that land was going to do that. We are in the Metroplex, and I'm very proud of Johnson County because I think we've grown in a way that is manageable, but also not retroactive, in a way that shows we want to be an incredible part of the Metroplex, but at the same time, we don't want to be Frisco. So it is a good balance here that we set a strong vision in the way we work together as a community. So I appreciate you guys. Look forward to years forward and working together to put some great facilities on the ground for Flash. You want to close out? I think we have some.
We just have 30 more slides.
30 more? Yeah.
Just a few more, just to show you again, this is hard. Again, it's a little bit different audience. This is for the council, but this is the location of that 1902. As part of that, we're looking at, we noted here is Allsbury Boulevard. You know where Lakewood goes from the Kansas Farms development. Ultimately, this will be a roadway that stretches from 1902 all the way down to Kansas Farm. That distance seems like right now, it seems like an insurmountable distance. Once this roadway is constructed, it's a 5 to 7 minute drive from that southern point all the way up here, get you right on the Chisholm Trail. So it'll be a very good point. The 4A funds, which is our Economic Development Corporation, they're going to be funding the construction of that roadway because it's providing access to this part. That roadway is estimated to cost $25 to $35 million. We're still doing some of the engineering on that to make sure we've got the right figure. $8 million sewer line that's there as well. And then some future phases of other roads that will need to be constructed as well. This is kind of the roadway network I was mentioning to you. The green will be constructed right away as part of this development. And then existing Allsbury is the CR 1020. You know that road, the kind of road 1020. And this is 914. It connects winding down through to 1021 back to Ranches Farm. You know that area. But ultimately, this would be the alignment here. This is going to be the first phase. The second would be Allsbury to construct that out to a wider roadway, and then ultimately Lakewood at some point in the future. But as we look at that for mobility of the entire region, this development, emergency access is going to be really important. As Justin mentioned, a part of this development is going to be right here in this location. We're going to put a fire station. It's planned to be built by 2027, which sounds like a long time away. It'll be here before you know it, and we'll have a fully capable fire station at that location, which will provide access to Chisholm Trail Parkway and this entire west side of the city, as well as our other Station 3 is down here in the southern portion of the city, so we have good redundancy for those units to serve this entire area and the roadway network that allows people to get there. So, lots of good stuff. We are doing a financial analysis on this. We've hired a firm that specializes in this type of work called Fisher Price. They're going to be presenting that to our council on May 3rd, just a couple weeks from now. I'll be glad to share that with you when that's completed. Make sure we have that information. But one of the things we want to make sure of is this money out? Does this make sense financially? All this stuff sounds great, looks good, looks like it checks all the boxes. But we want to make sure that it's the right thing for our taxpayers, so that it makes sense to invest in $20. All the preliminary evidence says it does. It makes a lot of sense, but we want to see that in black and white. For our council, they love numbers. I won't bore you with this, but this basically says we can afford it.
Okay, one question. So when you say you don't want to be at Frisco, are they not forward thinking? What
I guess some of the comments, I don't know exactly what Justin, I'll let him address that in his comment. What I've heard on some of the people concerned about development is just congestion, lots of traffic, lack of character, not respecting the area.
It wasn't for the last one.
I love when these master plan communities thrive up there. We like that.
Yeah, that's,
You know, but there's anytime, I think a good feel for the community would say, let's grow, but we don't want to stand right with total this thing. We want to, let's, tell me if I'm wrong, but that's usually kind of the vibe.
well, no, and just like we referenced 174 from Cleveland to Burleson, I mean, I'd rather get on the toll road and go to Fort Worth in 12 minutes.
Yes.
So, which I'm not that happy about, but whatever. I mean, this is part of it.
Yes, ma'am.
So that's it. This is the last slide. Again, I'm sorry for all the slides I put up in the Death by PowerPoint. It's something we don't like to do to everyone, but we want to make sure you have all the information. In terms of the schedule, again, in a couple of weeks, we'll go back with a financial analysis to the council. We're going to be looking at our FIP policy, which will be in May. And then, provided all those things look good, we'll be looking at green. We have some of the development agreements for this property in June. And then it's go time. It's time to build this thing and get after it and start looking at all those things. And the hope is that the construction of the roadway begins sometime early next year. First house is in 23 or 24, the latest. And start home. It'll take 15 to 20 years to build this thing completely. And let's get up to about 250 homes a year. So that's the plan. We're happy to answer any questions. Do you have any additional?
Yeah, let me add one more thing. Thank you, Ms. Merrick. We've been meeting on this. We first came up as an idea in a smaller development a few years ago. And she has been great as an advocate for the school district and saying, hey, that's great. However, we need to be able to plan for our growth. Here are some of our criteria. Here's what we're looking for. And we tried to include that in the plan, even as it relates to anything from possible site to how traffic would flow, how to manage cars and pick up and drop off and all those kind of things. And even more recently, we had an update meeting to go through that. So that is front of mind for us. A quality school district makes or breaks a development. So we'd love to hear what we can do to be the best partner in order to make that.
I know multifamily scares them.
Yeah.
Scares.
Oh,
Well, yeah.
I tried to locate, that multifamily component is similar to the size like you see behind HEB. So there is but that has senior living, assisted living, one multifamily compound inside like a reference to 120 acre community. I also placed it down near the tollway, and then it transitions back through some green space. It transitions through some more dense housing, but single family rooftops into the community area. The townhomes I've placed around kind of a main corridor road that leads to the large park, and obviously the townhomes fronting that to give some nice scale. So somebody who lives there wants to be able to take the dog to the park and be able to hit the tollway and head out. But I think all the different neighborhood pockets will have their own flair, and so I think the mix will be appropriate for it.
how much are you involved with the state as far as 1902, 917, and some of the roads out there? But one of the big things that hurts us is if they build a toll road, 917, it's impassable. Sometimes the night, in the morning, and at night. So with more traffic, it's hard for our buses to get back and forth, all that, 1902, with all that added traffic usually put out there. Some of our kids live up there and they come down 1902. Is there gonna be any help from the state? They should have widened 917 before they finished the toll road. But of course, the money's a big problem.
Well, I certainly hope so. We've been actively meeting with what's called the North Central Texas Council of Governments, which does all of the regional transportation planning. we've met with the Tollway Authority, and we've also met with XDOT frequently. We're talking about this project, a lot of other things that we're doing. So one of the things that we're doing is trying to go ahead and fund the expansion of 174 from Hewlin to Dino Burleson to Hewlin Street, which is going to be expanded. And right now, we're working on a project to expand from Elk, DHS, all the way down to Hewlin, so I've got 3 lanes in each direction. And then we're also doing a schematic design to take it from Hewlin all the way down to our city limits. That's one thing to relieve a little bit of the traffic. That will be sometime in the future before all that gets done. But we're also looking at the tollway itself is looking at being expanded, potentially by the end of this decade. Again, the transportation years, it's pretty quick to get that by 2030, hopefully to be expanded. And we'll be looking at all those intersections up and down that corridor to see how we can expand them. 1902 is one element as well that we know once we put this in, that's going to have to be wide as well, sir. And so we're trying to work with those partners to see how we can do it so that we don't have to fund it all on the local level. Hopefully we can have some state funds and some regional funds to do this. The meetings I've had with them have been very productive. There's no guarantees at this point, but I'm hopefully I can get some grant funds to help us with some of these projects and make some of those intersections better. The 917 on I-35 is also a major problem that we have right now, and that one's gotten moved up. And we hope I know that doesn't answer your question specifically, but they are trying to get some pockets and address some of the worst issues that we have.
The biggest problem is they wait to the problem and try to solve it.
Yes, sir.
They don't look right on the head. I'm sure some of that will happen.
One thing, yes, sir.
Appreciate it.
Tell me the total amount of area that's involved in this.
It's about 915 acres is the total development. Of that, about 92 acres is the business park. A lot of area.
Rob is a former student.
Yes, I was.
And in class.
Okay. I don't know what kind of student.
If you have any good stories, that'd be
Right,
great.
when you tell him that you have guys that knows a lot of stories.
It's always good.
And just so you know, they do have a piece of property that they have earmarked for a possible school location once all this comes in, if needed. And we, right now it's 18 acres, but we're looking at 20 acres.
You have said 20 acres with access. So
Yeah.
we talked about how we, and I mean, that's the great thing about starting from scratch.
Yeah.
We talked about using a model site or something that, so, yeah, that's very helpful to how we work.
Yeah, biggest problem. You know, the 18 acres is going to work with parking, the biggest problem. It's a problem, will be a problem for the development too, because we've got it, events and the parking in front of people's houses and things like that, I'm sure situation. We try to get that off and create as much, you're not ever going to get totally that number you need, but we want to make sure we can do that.
The circulation in the lots, everything.
That's what's been the challenge with Hampton Sharp. But yeah, that's been kind of the, for the neighborhood, and that's the problem. That's what's been
We'll continue to look at that map together. We can also share the infrastructure expansion map, because as you follow those lines, you may look and see, I mean, that's a property that you go through the right processes, and you've always had your eye on that one as an expansion. And this could open that up. As I said, not just our 900, but we look at another 1,000 to 1,500 acres that comes as we say develop. Certainly. It is, we have reached the time when the next 20 to 30 years of growth in Burleson happens on the west side and in Joshua.
You'll get shopping as well.
That's well, that was the other. That was the second one on my slide.
Yeah, it is.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
I did want to say, Ms. Barrett, she's been great to work with, and I really appreciate the cooperation that she's shown and the entire board. So thank you guys for not only your work on this project, but everything you've done over the last year. It's been a crazy year, and I know it's been very difficult for you guys too, but we appreciate the partnership. Thank you.
And if you need any help with Ron Johnson, so you can have to do that.
Yes, sir. That's great.
Was he a student?
That's not what I told you.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. You have a good evening. Okay, so we will now move on to our superintendent report. And we're going to start with our enrollment report. And if you look at that, we still are consistently sticking pretty much that finger down. Still, so our enrollment on April 9th was at 5,436 students. We've had probably about 120 virtual students roughly. As of today on our COVID spreadsheet, we have one positive case, and that's a staff member. We have 0 student cases. We have about 8 students who are quarantined as of today, and 2 staff members. Attendance, you can see our attendance. And I'm gonna kind of, we've got several things to cover between now and 6:30. So one of our agenda items, I'm just gonna go over it now. Last Wednesday, when we had the incident that went on in our community, the same with the 3 suspects, and we had to go into lockdown. We knew that, and I had communicated with you guys early before school started about Nichols Middle School. Our enrollment at Nichols, our attendance at Nichols that day was 43.7%. And so we can see, yeah, and that's understandable considering the situation. But the state does allow us to apply for an attendance waiver for a safety reason. So that is our last agenda item on our agenda tonight. And on Friday, Mr. Hickerson called our Pride Committee's meeting, and they approved that, and we're recommending that to you guys. And then he'll submit that tomorrow, that waiver to TEA for approval on that day for Nichols Middle School. You can look and see our attendance overall as a district. We're at 96.3 as of the end of March, and so we want to be at 96. If we could be at 97, that would be great, because that would help our state funding a little bit for this year. Child nutrition. First, our ADA report. Sorry, wrong tab. We've got our ADA, and again, that is staying consistent with attendance and enrollment, and so we're at 5374.5 as of April 9th. Child nutrition. I'm going to call Ms. Frederick up for that report.
Your rates. We were up this March 11,046 breakfasts to 28,000 lunches. They're serving 1,444 more lunches per day than we did last March. So our claim was up 169,565.22 from last March. So that's great news. April and May will be smooth, and maybe we'll get some catching up done. But
Thank you. Property tax collection, is that good?
Okay, in March, we collected 733,371 in our property taxes, and that relates to about 96% collected on our current levy. The current delinquency together is just a little over 97%, and so that's where the issue there. Of course, we budget for 98%. So it's really close to that. And then next is our financial reports. First is the general fund. So we should be about 58%. We're 58% through the year, so we would expect to see about 58% spent on our budget. You know, overall is at 55, so that's good. Of course, we have some things that we products and things that are. And then we have our salary goal, of course, in the office. But you can see the local revenue there is 96% collected. State revenue, of course, we're at the receive our payment schedule there. And we did receive our data charge payment this month, bringing our federal revenue to 82%. The debt service fund, there's not really much activity in this month, just our, local property tax collection. Next is food service, and so, Carrie mentioned the increase in our participation, and you can see that we have, collected our whole federal program revenue budget. So that's really good because we probably won't collect our whole local budget, so everything we collect now will just offset that difference. So that's good, it's positive news for that fund, and then, we're still waiting to hear when we'll receive that. And then next is public sale. So again, not a lot of activity, just the regular monthly tuition and payroll. Any questions on any of those? The last financial report is the school board goals. So that just aligns each of those functions to each of your goals. So that are those fun? Any questions about that one?
Take what from this time last year, food service and club excel, we have no, this is.
Good report. Next is the monthly and year-to-date status of special revenue funds. So we have our regular kind of monthly activity in those funds. We're still waiting on the state on that other federal money. I did get an email from Region 11 that they heard from CUA about some fund numbers. So hopefully that's good news, but it's still doesn't have any details about what it might.
So, numbers.
Yeah, so we assigned like fund 282 is going to be for extra 3, yeah, 281 is going to be for extra 2. So we actually have fund numbers. So hopefully that means there will be funds.
Hopefully there's funding.
Hopefully there's funding for those funds.
We have codes, right, yeah, but we're gonna have.
But we have codes, yes, we have funds for the code. And then I think that's the checker.
Any questions on the checker? Ms. Metzger, before you sit down, you might go on over subject A for, we've got, I think, we don't have your $50,000 purchases, but we do have money.
Yes, we do have a budget, 2 budget amendments. The first was, these are just reclassifications, a transfer of $575 from function 11 to function 52. That was requested by the high school, and that's just to properly code their Raptor system, which is the system at front office where they scan IDs for safety. And then there was also a reclassification requested by band at JHS and Laughlin Middle School to move money from function 36 to function 11. And that again is because they haven't been able to do much of their extracurricular activities, so they're going to go ahead and get some visits.
And if you haven't heard, our band, next month, Neil's gonna, focus on it, so I don't wanna, steal that thunder, but this, band is now doing inside performances, I know I'm not saying it right, but anyhow, they were the world champions, so isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
So that's great, so we're very proud of that, she's gonna do that next week, so I don't wanna, like I said, steal that thunder, but we're excited for them.
We can have a lot of thunder, that's good.
I know.
That's really exciting.
It's not, sister, Mr. Smoot.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so I'm also going to let you know about subject C on the agenda, which is our Mission 11 contracts. So these are our normal contracts, our annual contracts that we have with Region 11 that we do annual to approve. And so we have comprehensive basic services, instructional services for migrant education, instructional solutions and support, on-data suite, superintendent and board meeting, member training, technology service, and team support. So those are our usual contracts, and the total cost is $66,193 for next year.
And that's what we were seeing right here. Okay, any questions for Ms. Metzger? Thank you, ma'am. Next, we have our police department report. I just want to brag on our police department. They've been very busy the last week. We've had lots of activities. They've done a great job keeping our kids and staff safe, and we certainly appreciate everything that they are doing, have done, and are doing, and continue to do for that. Great job. So this month, we don't have all of the activity from this last week, but next month you'll see all that activity on that report. Any questions about our police department report? Okay, and next we've got a calendar of events. We're starting to get busier. busier. So we've got lots of activities. Want to remind you that a week from Friday is our staff appreciation banquet, and I want to let you guys know so when we met last time, we talked about we're going back into the gym, but we just from some feel from some of our staff members, we went ahead and did a survey just to see from our staff what they prefer in the gym or what they prefer in the stadium. So I've got a copy of that. The state law sends that out. You can see that 52% says, do you want staff appreciation to be located at the Galbraith gym? 52.4% said no, 47.6% said yes. And it says, do you want the staff appreciation to be located at the Joshua High School Stadium? 44.5% said no, 55.5% said yes. So we are going to do it in the stadium, but I want to tell you this is interesting. I wanted to pull the numbers so I can just kind of let you know. Miss Snell, she pulled these numbers for me. So in 2019, which was 2 years ago when we were normal, we didn't know what normal was.
How have we ever been normal?
Yeah, exactly. We had 619 staff members, RSVP, that's including their spouses. Last year, with the pandemic, we had 465, which still was good considering the situation. We have 670 RSVP this year, so that is really, really good. So if you go 2 years ago, we were at 619, we're at 670. So I was really, really excited to do that. People are ready to get that. And we're not going to do door prizes this year. We're going to do like we did last year. Ms. Tamba and her staff gone out and gotten some great prizes, so everybody gets a prize. And so we're not going to do door prizes, so we're going to do that, and then we will go on to the gym after that. So just kind of hitting on that. But you can see all of our activities. Next month, you will get the activities for always love for you guys to help us. So we'll get more information out, but just May 21st, you'll remember, and we're going to ask everybody to be there at 5:45. So that's another date that 5:45. Yes, ma'am. We always like for you to just wear some kind of Joshua shirt, and we serve the hot dogs. We're going to do bag chips this year, bottle of water, and a hot dog. And that way it just kind of keeps it easier, and we're going to move it that way. Okay, and so just you can see lots of events. May 10th, just so you know, we're going to have senior awards in the stadium, and they're going to do slideshows. The seniors miss their slideshows, so Ms. Neal and her staff, they're putting together lots of different things. I think they're going to have food trucks. Maybe that's the senior parents doing that. So it's going to be a big event, kind of putting everything together on one night for our seniors, some of the things that they've missed out. She's also going to do, you can see that she's going to do her underclassmen awards during the day on that day. Okay, moving on. We're going to do our staff report when we come, Mr. Nickerson's going to do that when we, in our meeting. And our benchmark report will be in that meeting as well. I'm going to go over a few of our agenda items that we did not cover. Subject B, this is our agreement with Crowley Regional Day School Program for the deaf and the mute. We bring this to you guys to approve. This is who we contract with for our contract. The next one, subject D, this is our instructional materials allotment and tech certification. our materials, our instructional materials, and our technology. We receive these, this instructional materials and technology allotment, and it's only used for, expenses that are aligned with the tech. But we're certifying that all of our instructional materials that we spend this money on are aligned with the tech. And so that you are approving that, so you're certifying that by your approval. Any questions on that? This is something we do every year as well. Okay, subject E, this is board member training credit. Mr. Dalbert will announce those in our public meeting. If you remember the law change, maybe 2 legislative sessions ago, we used to announce those in December, and now we have to announce them the month before the election.
That was an overage.
I know. Using the budget program, Mr. Olson. Okay.
Stick with it.
And then the next one, subject F, that's the low attendance waiver that I already shared with you guys from last Wednesday. Any questions on our agenda items? Okay, then I just want to, we've got a few more things that I want to cover with you. First of all, I want to let you know that as a district leadership team, we would like to make the recommendation to the school board not to vote on, but we are making the decision that next year we will not offer virtual instruction. Everything will be in school, face-to-face, in person. And we will go ahead and notify our parents of that the first week of May. We'll put something out to our parents the first week of May. We have 120 students right now who are virtual. We do have some students that they've been back from some of those students that were identified. So, but we feel like when we talk about our benchmark report, you're going to see we've got some days. We still have a lot of areas in our foundational areas to work on, and our kids are better in the classroom. And they're going to learn more, and they're going to grow. Okay, so I want to let you guys know that. Also, district transfers. Every April, I come to you guys, and prior to us putting our transfers out, our administrative leadership team met last week, and with our numbers still being down by 100, I still feel like we don't know what that growth will be, but we want to open it up for K through 4. That's where we've got the 22-to-1 requirement by law. Rate student teacher ratio. We'd like to open it up for 10 students per grade level. That would be at concrete. And then for our grades 5 through 12, we would open it up with no limit. Any concerns there? Okay. Then we will start getting that information out to the public. And with that, real quick, I'm going to call Mr. Hasanali. He's been working on a postcard to get out to families outside of Joshua ISD. He's done an amazing job, and I want to share, I'd like for him to just kind of show you what's going to be going out in those points, just highlighting what we already know about our district and how great it is.
All right, good evening. So yeah, as Mr. Merrick said, one way we're going to solve that issue with the enrollment and get some of those kids back and maybe even some outside students is by sending out this mass mailer postcard over summer. I was working with a freelance designer, just kind of gave her what we wanted to see, and we really wanted to encompass all of the great things that Joshua ISD has in these photos, because this is the first thing parents are going to see when they check their mail. And so this postcard is going to go to all of our surrounding areas and new homes that are being built in those areas. So as you can see right here, we've got a little section for infographics, kind of highlighting some of the accomplishments in our district, some parent testimonials, some other athletics, academics, fine arts, and then just telling them to come and join our district and giving them information. So I just wanted to share this with you guys and let you know that this will be going out probably the second week of June. Once, parents get a little break from the end of the school year, strategically, that's kind of a good time to send that out. So, do you guys have any questions?
And will you put that on Facebook as well?
Yes, it's still on social media as well.
He's just highlighted we're an A+ district with 3.5, last 2 years, $3.6 million in scholarships. Our associate's degree program ranked #1 large district in Johnson County, 13-to-1 student-teacher ratio, fully paid associate's degree program. So all of those, 97% 4-year high school graduation. So just lots of good bullet points and just pictures. So I think that's a great thing.
And just to add on that, we've really been marketing our pre-K kindergarten roundups coming up. That's another way we can get some of those kiddos coming in from other districts and just opening up a lot of opportunities for parents outside of Joshua and Joshua ISD that really didn't know much about this.
And so worked on a magnet that'll go on our buses. We're gonna have to rotate it, so they're very expensive, but for kindergarten and pre-K, so, and a flyer that went out, it's gone to area daycares and businesses to put that out, so you're a great job, thank you, so.
Thank you.
Okay, next, in front of you, every year I give you a copy of our climate survey for our campuses as well as our parent survey. So the ones with the campuses, on one side of the page, you'll have the campus's climate survey results. The other side of the page, you'll have their parent survey results. And then you've got the percentages for the district. Anything under 90% satisfaction, an action plan will be created, and those action plans are shared. If it's at the campus level, it's shared with the campus staff. If it's at the district level, there were no action plans needed at the district level, but it's shared with the district staff. All of our district evaluation results will be sent to, we share it with you guys as a board, and then we share it with our Pride committee, and then we send it out to all staff members in May. Any questions? Our climate survey is always conducted in February of every year, and then our parent survey is always conducted in March of every year. Any other questions?
I have a question on sending out the first card.
For enrollment and transfer.
Fifth grade through 12th grade. Yeah. Well, in other words, if we see that we get to a point where we get,
So there will be.
it could be if we got to a point, but
Do you know what this one will be?
it would just be.
Number 12.
And I well, we look at classrooms, we look at each campus where, hey, listen, we're at our capacity for the, we can't grow anymore, we don't have any more room for space. So every October, with the exception of this school year, I go around to every campus and they send me, if you remember, I'll share with you guys those campus maps where I look at how many classrooms do they have open for those campuses. And so this year they do because it was an odd year. We had virtual, we had in person. So I'll do it again in October. But what we do is we look to see, hey, we're at that point where we have no more growth. So we've had times where in the middle of the school year we said no more transfers because we're at a point of that growth. So it's hard to say a specific number because it just deals with that. How many do you have in the classroom? What are we looking at as far as numbers? And a lot of times we're going to go for the core classroom. At the secondary level, we're going to look at our math, our reading classrooms, our social studies, our science classrooms, where those core grade levels are. We're going to have that. I wish I could give you, but that's how we look at that. I have one more thing. I'm going to call Ms. Elliott for just a few minutes. She's been working with Mr. Hickerson on a summer program for Club Excel. Again, remember to Club Excel is our solution. And so she's going to share this with you, and then we'd like to proceed with this.
Over the last couple of years, families with public sales and access on the summer program, because they trust our program and they trust our staff. So we've developed one that will be centrally located in the district at Staples, and it'll run from 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. from June 7th through July 29th. So we have Thursdays, we're closed on Fridays. And so the club itself staff will be the camp instructors, if you will, for the duration of that.
Right. And also, what this is gonna do, we're going to look at, because of our summer feeding, there's a possibility we can discount, send one of our instructors over to get the lunches. That's gonna help us with our reimbursements for summer feeding. It also could really coincide with our Jumpstart program for our kiddos at those lower levels who we can kind of work and maybe get more kids into that program so that they're here, and we can help to fill those gaps at those lower levels. So we think that it can be a win-win in many ways, but it also is expanded. So if you remember, Chris, if you remember when we started with Sub Excel, how we just continue to try to put out, and now we are just, it's just flourishing, and very proud of what Ms. Elliott is doing with that program.
And the type of programs you're offering this summer?
It'll just be, it'll be themed camps, like you would see a summer camp kind of thing. So they'll do projects and art and crafts and all that kind of stuff, outside play. We have the lesson plan started, so my staff has been working on that.
With your feedback from parents, you said, how much, what do you anticipate?
Well, we capped it at 60, but it's gonna have to be first come, first served, because they all, especially at North is a big campus, and they're all ready, they'll fill it up.
So ballpark figure, you think so?
I think I'll reach the 60. Now, the Monday through Thursday kind of threw me for a loop, so I don't know if that's gonna change. But surely grandma can do one on Fridays or something, you know? So we'll see what that changes, if that changes.
And the reason we did Monday through Thursday is we have no one here on Fridays during the summer, and even safety wise, we want to make sure that we have that protection for everyone.
Why did we limit it to 60?
What?
Why did we limit it to 60?
Well, just first year kind of thing, and poor Miss Hell doesn't know what her campus is. And we're trying to work out logistics with maintenance to clean and move and all that kind of stuff. So we thought 60 right now would be good. I mean, I'm up for more anytime, but 60 is probably the best bet.
Well, to start off, it's all, you know, you can always expand. It's efficient to learn.
Yes, absolutely.
Any other questions? Okay, well, we'll get that information out, and we will keep going with that. Thank you, Ms. Elliott.
Close our workshop, and we'll set the time for break. We'll start back at 22:07. ahead and start our regular meeting. Go ahead.
Heavenly Father, we thank you for bringing us here tonight, and we just thank you again for this wonderful school district. We thank you for our students, our staff, and our families. As we finish out this school year, we thank you for just all of the strength and the courage you've given us to endure this year, to make it through this year, and we just ask that you continue to keep all of our students safe, all of our staff safe, and just give us an outstanding end to this school year. We also ask that you just provide us with the wisdom, the courage, and the strength as we make the decisions needed for our students and our staff in this great district. In your name we pray. Amen. We sure do. And the great thing about this month is that our visitors are here with us to lead us in our pledge. So we are just so excited about that. So we have two students here with us from our 9th grade campus. And so when I call your name, if you will come on up, I'm going to start with Rylan Aguzzi. If you'll come on up, Rylan. Rylan is the son of Kenna and Alan Aguzzi, and he is a 9th grader at our 9th grade campus. And I'm just going to read a little bit about Rylan. Rylan likes to go fishing. He likes to hang out with his buddies and spin for the drill team. He also likes to build things, mechanical engineer, wildlife biologist, photographer, RV in the Navy. This year, Rylan district for the JV boys. He runs track and he plays second for the 2-mile and third for the mile in district. He is a busy young man and a very well accomplished young man. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, our next student is Madeline Cowan. Madeline, if you'll come on up. Madeline is the daughter of Audrey and Micah Cowan, and she's also a 9th grader at our 9th grade campus. And just a few things about Madeline. Madeline likes to play volleyball. She also coaches a 5th grade team at her volleyball club, and she enjoys traveling. She is the class treasurer for student council. So another very busy young lady, very accomplished, or busy young lady, a busy student and very accomplished student. Let's give that one. Stand and join these students as they lead us in our pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to the Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. ISD will be a highly acclaimed model of educational excellence.
Let's give these teachers. You guys have come on out. Mr. Galvin has something for you. Great job. Thank you guys for being here tonight.
Oh, it's so nice to have.
I know. It was wonderful. Yes, as I said.
Okay, so attendance report.
Yes, sir. So in our workshop, we reviewed our enrollment report, our attendance report, our ABA report, our child nutrition report, our property tax collection report, our monthly financial reports, our monthly and year-to-date status of special revenue funds, our check register, our police department report, our JISD calendar of events, and we've got our last 3 reports to report here in our public meeting, and I'm going to call up Mr. Hickerson. He's going to present to you the 2020-2021 Annual School Health Advisory Council report.
Okay, we just wrapped up our last chat committee meeting the other day, so I'm going to kind of give you the report in that. Obviously, with COVID this year, we've been very limited on the amount of activities that we've been able to conduct. And the hope is going forward, obviously next year, that we'll be able to do everything that we're planning to rally and everything, going forward. So I'll start with the SHAC Community School Health Advisory Council. So what is SHAC? It's a group of individuals that represent segments of the community of the school district, which provides advice to the district on coordinated school health programming and its impact on student health and learning. State legislative SHAC requirements, committee related, you must have a parent that serves as co-chair. Minimum of 5 members must be appointed to serve on the SHAC Health Board. SHAC must meet at least 4 times a year and must deliver an annual report and make recommendations regarding the district's health education program or curriculum. So these are the 8 components of coordinated school health, and those are health education, healthy and safe school environment, counseling and mental health services, parent and community involvement, staff development promotion, health services, physical education, and nutrition services. All right, just a little bit of the activity report. Like I said, it's a little bit limited compared to the previous years, obviously, due to our situation that we've dealt with the pandemic. So we're still able to provide online training for staff with suicide prevention, anaphylactic shock, bloodborne pathogens, and then also AED training was also provided. Able to provide anti-vaping lessons for all 5th grade students presented by elementary PE teachers during Red Ribbon Week, and then weekly announcements about the dangers of vaping. So that occurs on different campuses. Continued support of current district campus student fitness activities, continued professional development procedure for our district-wide nursing staff in order to promote compliance and consistency among the nurses. Continued partnership with Edward Risk Management for fall and spring wellness challenges for staff. We've also seen an increase in the amount of participation with those wellness challenges. Also, this year, I had counselors come present. We increased our mental health awareness recognition due to COVID-19 among our campus counselors, and they were able to present for just the amount of activities they had going on for our students to our SHAC committee. Also, we have a partnership with Pecan Valley to provide crisis counseling assistance, basically in the avenue of suicide awareness. So if the counselor was to suspect any student that would fall in that category, then we could our partnership would work with Pecan Valley to provide that counseling and that crisis counseling for that student. Also had partnership, obviously, that we were able to establish with surrounding entities in order to give staff COVID, or allow staff to get COVID vaccine. So that was an increased health awareness there with allowing staff members that opportunity to get vaccinated. The next slide is about the abstinence programs. We're going to continue to use the aim for success at all levels, 6th through 12th grade. The great avenue with using these programs this year is they allowed that virtual option, and they're going to continue that next year. So our campus principals will have the option of choosing whether or not they want that program to be in-house or be virtual. So it kind of provides that flexibility within that program. And then the other recommendation, which I will bring this to you in May, but I'm just going to kind of give you a brief overview of that, is that we want to adopt an RPM policy for our JISD officers and school registered nurses to be able to use in case of an opioid overdose. And so I'm working with Shannon to develop procedures for that, which we'll bring to you in May, along with that policy FFAC local for you guys to approve for going forward for the next school year. Our officers have already been trained by the Johnson County Reach Council in order to administer that Narcan. So, what? Okay. So I'll bring that to you in May, like I said, with the procedures and the actual policy for you guys to approve. And then other than that, all of our information is presented on our website under administrative services for the health services, actually, excuse me, with our SHAP committee minutes and all of our detailed information in the file.
Any questions?
If you
Thank you. Okay, our next report, our spring benchmark report. And so, Ms. Patrick and Ms. Snell are going to present this to you and just kind of talk into some points so that you guys can see, you know, we shared with you some benchmark data in the fall. But now we've got some of our spring benchmark data. We've got statistics. It's telling us a lot about, how far we've come and how far we still have to go. And so, in dealing with the pandemic and the obstacles that we face this year.
In the normal year, we used to compare benchmark one to benchmark one, benchmark two, benchmark two. But we finished last year, we have a benchmark to compare our spring benchmarks. So we went back and looked at our data from 2018. Because we actually gave that list STAR test to our kids. And so this is the data that you see. And I think it supports the fact that we're all the kids back. We have them on campus because we've been able to get some ground. But you can see in third grade this year, as 70% compared to 70% in 2018. So we're right on track there. And math, a little bit out of fourth grade, fifth grade, 79%, and science, 77%. This is district data.
Yeah, so we're very, very pleased with that. And, you know, in bringing our students back, we feel like we've been able to make lots of gains in those areas.
I was actually really nervous here. Our benchmark was started as official. I was very, very impressed. The teachers are working hard, kids are working hard, and the actions happen. And then for reading, they're great. Things, fourth grade reading is up, fifth grade reading is up, writing a little bit down, but not too hard. And our teach changed a couple of years ago, so we're making instructional residents.
So we were pleased with that. Ms. Patrick, before you step away, can you kind of talk to us a little bit about our K1 and 2 students? We don't have the benchmark data like this, but I know that you guys have been working on some benchmarks.
We have math formative assessments, which we give every 6 weeks for first grade, third grade, or first and fifth grade, actually. But first and second grade, they make assessments for each 6 weeks. And so they're on track. I think they're a little bit behind. We notice the biggest gaps in the lower grades because that's where all the foundational skills are as they get older. You know, they can learn those things. They have the foundations of reading and math, and so the gaps aren't as large. But the teachers are working on that. We publish monitoring kindergarten first grade through CLI games and circles, and we're right on track for that as well.
And I think she's going to talk to you guys about how we're going to work on those foundational areas. She'll get up after the report. Thank you, Ms. Patrick. And Ms. Snell.
Hi, everyone. Good evening. And so another thing that I would love to point out as we start looking at the secondary data is the fact that this is our first year as a district to do complete online testing. So the state is pushing districts and to go that route, and we opted to go ahead and start with our benchmarks just to kind of check our infrastructure to make sure that we could support so many kids testing on one day. Our infrastructure was great, I want to say. And then we also wanted to go ahead and get our kids exposed and used to taking an online test. And so we did implement all benchmarks that you're seeing in Clayton Elementary online this year. So that's a shift for us. And we honestly thought we would see a little bit different data just because of that. So I'm pleased with where we are overall. And then also, this is for elementary as well. At this point in the game, we obviously haven't covered all of our state standards just yet. And so we keep that in mind when we're looking at this data also. We still have, a month to 6 weeks, depending on when the tests fall, for teachers to still continue to cover material. And so when we look at this and we see a little bit of red arrows here and there, this is not alarming to me because honestly, when I look at this data for secondary, I'm like, oh my goodness, we're further along than we normally are, and I'm very excited and just so proud of the teachers of, all of the work that they're doing this year. So we'll jump into the secondary data. In sixth grade reading, you can see that we're up 2 percentage points. Seventh grade reading stayed the same. Again, though, we're comparing a benchmark to a STAR test, so 6 more weeks of instruction to come between those. Eighth grade reading is down just a little bit, but again, we're on target, we'll be just fine as of the day comes. And then seventh grade writing, again, down just a couple of points there. Our teachers are working hard to make that up. Now, there's lots of red arrows here, but if you look at them, some of them are so minor. So 82 versus 80 in sixth grade math. So again, we are very much on target and ahead of target where we should be this time of year. Seventh grade math is 76 versus an 85. Eighth grade math, we have a weakness there. Our kids in eighth grade math are experiencing some struggles. And so I'm working with the administrators, we're working with those teacher teams to develop a plan to fill in those gaps to get those kids caught up. Because that is the biggest area where we're seeing some gaps at the secondary level. And then of course, Algebra 1, 86 versus 93. And again, those kids will pull through because there's still a lot of material to learn. It's eighth grade science, down about 12 percentage points. So again, that's another one that we're kind of working on and just making sure that we're getting the rest of that material in before the kids take that test. It's a unique test. They test in eighth grade, but it actually covers 3 years worth of material. So there's a lot that's covered on that test. Those teachers have to go back and spiral in that sixth and seventh grade material. And so that's a big job. So we're making sure that they have everything they need to make that happen. Eighth grade social studies is about 9 percentage points. In English 1, you see that they're already 8 percentage points above. And this did not include their writing samples. So when I pulled this data, the teachers are working on grading those writing samples. And so the English 1 to 2 data does not include the ratings for those kids' writing samples just yet. Whereas the STAR data does include that. And so we have, it looks like 20 percentage points down, but again, once we get those scores put in for that writing, that's going to go up in English 2. I've already spoken with the administrators at the high school, and they're working on that, and they said the essays are looking good.
And another thing, those kids didn't get their English 1 last year, so if you remember, they missed out on that test, so.
Yeah, has no writing tests, yeah. And biology, we're just a little 2 percentage points, again, perfectly fine for where we need to be this time of year. And then U.S. history, 2 percentage points as well, and they always pull it through also. So I'm very pleased with the secondary data at this point. So thank you, teachers, if you're watching. Great job.
Yeah, so we have many things to celebrate. Earlier, we're looking at this data, and just to have a few other things to mention. This will be the last year for the 4th and 7th grade writing test, so that test will no longer be one that they take. The writing portion will no longer be an essay, it'll be little short, maybe a paragraph or short questions that they'll have to answer, and those will roll into the reading test. So that part will go away. For the summer, usually we have our 5th and 8th graders who have to take the test, sometimes 2 to 3 times, and they're taking it to the summer, but that third time, that's no longer happening for 5th and 8th grade this year because there is no SSI year because of COVID. So those students will take just 5th and 8th grade just normally when everyone else takes, and they'll only take it that one time. But we will still provide accelerated instruction for them. That's something that we're required to do. And so letters will go out to all of those parents whose students did not pass 5th or 8th grade reading and math. And then we will begin working with them as soon as school starts in the fall on those weak areas for them. This summer, we are offering our normal summer school that we always do for our credit recovery. So any students at the secondary level who are needing to recover credits are going to have the opportunity in the month of June. And then that is also when we have our EL students in kindergarten and first grade. We have generally there's approximately about 20 of them who come, and they're here all for the whole month of June. So that is a great opportunity then to help kind of fill in some gaps for those younger students. That is where, when we really look at our data that's happening, we are seeing that schools see the majority of our gaps in our looking from pre-K to second grade, where those foundational skills are just really such a still a struggle because they just miss that opportunity to be in school, and then a lot of parents kept their students home and then gradually you'll let them come back. And so we have some ground to make up there. So we are going to offer our July Jumpstart this year. That will happen in July, that last week of July. And we'll open that up. It'll be approximately 340 students who can participate in kindergarten through second grade. So we'll primarily focus on kids who are at that tier 2 and tier 3 level and really work on reading, math, and writing skills. For them, they will have the opportunity to come 4 days a week, so that Monday through Friday, or 4 hours a day. We'll pay our teachers to come and work with them. So they'll be at their own campuses, the teachers that they're familiar with, and I think that will be just a great way to kind of get them going, recoup some time that they have lost. And then again, if we do have, if we ever find out if we're going to get any additional money from the state, we can look at extending this and making it 2 weeks, and adding more teachers and students to that monthly line. So that is our plan to help recoup any money costs. But great news overall on our benchmark.
Any questions? We're very pleased, and when we presented to you in November, we had great concerns and some of the data that we were working at, but our teachers worked really hard. They worked hard before, we just didn't have the kids in school, you know? And bringing those kids back in class made a great big difference. Great difference.
Still learning, and all still working.
Exactly. Yeah. Any questions? Okay. Next we have our campus presentation for New Horizon High School and 9th grade campus, Mr. Cox. Wherever you want to be.
We'll start with 9th grade. And when we were trying to get an idea of what to do for a presentation, I thought we were kind of suggested this agri-show class. Agri-show is the principal of hospitality and tourism class, which is one of our career technical classes. And it's kind of non-traditional, and they do a lot of neat things in there. I hang out in there a lot, but there's really cool things happening. So this agri-show and her students took this little video.
Tonight, we are going to spotlight the Principles of Hospitality and Tourism class at the 9th grade campus, taught by Mrs. Haberstroh. Principles of Hospitality and Tourism is a CTE course offered at the 9th grade campus for students interested in pursuing a career in the hospitality industry. This course covers all 4 segments of the industry, which includes food and beverage operations, lodging, recreation and amusement, and travel and tourism. Students mainly complete this course as a prerequisite to the culinary arts pathway. It is truly a real-world learning experience full of hands-on projects that allow students to explore and prepare for jobs throughout the industry.
After we pass a food safety test, we get to practice our skills in the kitchen. The first thing that we made this year were giant soft pretzels topped with either salt or cinnamon sugar. It was really fun learning how to knead the dough, then rolling and shaping it into its classic pretzel form. Next, we made mini Oreo cheesecakes to use in our culinary plating competition. We used our creativity to design plates with a variety of sauces and other divine toppings. Our designs were judged by several special guests, including celebrity guest judge Mr. Cox. Special prizes were given to the top 3 designers in each class period. Us kids learned how to start and operate a restaurant from start to finish by designing our own food trucks. We came up with our own concept, name, and target market for our own food trucks. Then, we used Adobe Spark or Canva to create a logo and slogan for our truck. We also designed our own menu and food items. And then the engines were on. The winner of each class period was able to choose one item from their menu for the class to cook. 8th period cooked a spicy mac and cheese from Ty's menu. 9th period prepared banana Nutella crepes from Damacio's menu. During the lodging segment, we all designed our own hotel rooms Bitmoji style. In the recreation and amusement segment, we worked in groups to design and build a roller coaster. During the travel and tourism segment, we will get to take virtual field trips and discover attractions around the world.
Dough, then rolling and shaping it into its classic pretzel form. Next, we made mini Oreo cheesecakes to use in our culinary plating competitions. We used our creativity to design plates with a variety of sauces and other divine toppings. Our designs were judged by several special guests, including celebrity guest judge, Mr. Cox. Special prizes were given to the top 3 designers in each class period. Us kids learned how to start and operate a restaurant from start to finish by designing our own food trucks. We came up with our own concept, name, and target market for our own food trucks. Then, we used Adobe Spark or Canva to create a logo and slogan for our truck. We also designed our own menu and food items. And then the engines were on. The winner of each class period was able to choose one item from their menu for the class to cook. 8th period cooked a spicy mac and cheese from Ty's menu. 9th period prepared banana Nutella crepes from Damacio's menu. During the lodging segment, we all designed our own hotel rooms Bitmoji style. In the recreation and amusement segment, we worked in groups to design and build a roller coaster. During the travel and tourism segment, we will get to take virtual field trips and discover attractions around the world.
Let's just have a quick peek into that class, some of the main things that we do. Next, we'll move on to the New Horizon presentation. And the good part about this is there's no sound. New Horizon, as you know, these kids are typically not successful in a traditional classroom setting and have struggled to overcome lots of obstacles. So basically what we did here is we just kind of threw some data in just to show you what kind of progress you're making. This is our theme, this is both pros, often linked to beautiful destinations. And that's just, it's just right on the money. So this year we have 37 graduates so far in the class of 2021, which we're seniors. 8 more to go, we'll have a total of 45 for the year. We got 31 grade level promotions so far. 10 sophomores have moved up to juniors, and 21 juniors to seniors. Every week, every Friday, the teachers are always looking for ways to encourage some students because they need lots of encouragement. And so a little recognition and chocolate goes a long way. So they have superstar students every Friday, and each teacher will recognize a student for something good or positive they've done that week. I always use the phrase, how do you eat a horse? Well, it's one bite at a time. So, you know, when you tell a student or a student's 20 credits behind or they need 15 credits, it's like, there's no way I'm not going to do this. And so we break it down to each half credit. And so far this year, we've earned 166.5 credits. This is why, except for that guy on the right. These teachers are amazing. They do such a super job. They have more patience than anybody in the world. They just do a fantastic job working with these kids and pushing them to get what they need to do. And then we're going to end up with or end this little section with a world-renowned philosopher. And the way she puts it, if you need a pat on the back, we can do that. If you need a kick in the pants, we can do that too. That's Sonya Long.
Great job. Thank you. Okay. Under all our superintendent reports for tonight.
We've been to recognition, as far as the night.
Yes, sir. I do. Our first recognition we have tonight is our Joshua High School varsity women's soccer team. Coach Jeff Brooks is their head coach, grades 9 through 12. And we've got a picture of our team up there. What is this great team being recognized for? The Lady Owls finished the season 13-4-8. Our ladies scored a total of 84 goals, the highest per game scoring team in school history, while allowing only 12 and recorded 19 shutouts over the course of the season. In district play this year, we scored 53 goals and allowed 4, notching 9 shutouts en route to a district runner-up finish and 13th consecutive playoff and a 13th consecutive playoff berth. And this was written by Coach Brooks. Our ladies followed that district campaign with a solid 6-0 by-district victory over Mesquite Cotees. This marked the 8th by-district title in a row. Then our ladies followed that up with a tremendous showing against highly ranked Longview. After 100 minutes of action in which both defenses stood tall and kept things scoreless, we won the longest penalty shootout any of us have ever seen, 12 rounds. That was incredible. Then, 3 days later, we didn't play great, and a very good Forney team ended our season 3-2, but not without first giving them a scare and fighting to the very end. This year presented a completely new set of challenges for us and everyone else between COVID protocols and a crazy winter storm. By and large, I felt like our crew did a good job rising to these challenges, and it was still fun to come to training, at least for Coach Brooks, at the end of the season. Great group of players, but even better people. And I just want to, again, read I'm going to read that first sentence again. Our ladies scored a total of 84 goals, the highest per game scoring team in school history. So these girls made history, this team, and their coach Brooks made history this year. So let me now I'd like to just read the roster to you. Maddie Brazikas, and she's a freshman. Abigail Miller, a freshman. SD Rodriguez, a freshman. Kylie Kreiner, a senior. Henry Gerald, a sophomore. Celeste Guzman, a senior. Kendall Garcia, sophomore. Kylie Pennell, senior. Macy Hicks, junior. Valerie Greer, senior. Caitlin Combs, freshman. Ashley Jordan, junior. Karen Miranda, junior. Bella Cook, junior. Reagan Easter, senior. Alexandra Garcia, senior. Tatum Shank, sophomore. Victoria Neely, senior. Trinity Grable, junior. Anna Yates, senior. Grayson Rasmussen, junior. Ren Delos Santos, the filmer. Sammy Spalding, student trainer. Alex Rodriguez, student trainer. Trinity Fox, student trainer. And of course, Coach Brooks, their head coach. We want to give this team, Coach Brooks, a round of applause for their outstanding for making history in school history. And so, Coach Norman, we've got some pins for you to hand out this morning. Yeah, to get you another bag.
Yeah, just give me a bag.
Start getting a bag with you every time you show support me. That's That's a good thing. That's a good problem to have. So congratulations to these girls. We are so, so proud of this team, and their accomplishments this year. And now we've got our men's soccer team, our Joshua High School men's soccer team, and their head coach, Coach Goodley, and assistant coach, Coach Walker. And so let me just read a little bit about what Coach Goodley wrote about this team. While the season ended before we had hoped, these young men had yet another historical year. Coming off a season in which the team qualified for playoffs but did not get to play, this group was ready to get to work, making the playoffs their top goal this year. This group of young men went down to the final game versus Midlothian for the district championship. This group of Alps finished second in district, which matches the highest finish in school history. There's some more history makers in our school history. Going 19-7-3 overall and 8-3-1 in district. These young men won the by-district championship at home over North Forney 2-0. This win marked the second consecutive by-district championship. In the second round, the team faced an opponent that was very talented and held Longview for 72 minutes, but ultimately came up short in a 2-0 defeat. This tremendous group of young men dealt with adversity this season, played some of the top teams in the state, and always competed with class. This team has reset the standard for the future of Joshua in soccer. We are extremely proud of how this team has represented Joshua with this historic season. The Owls were well represented with 11 all-district awards, as well as others still coming in for these young men. Coach Goodley and Coach Walker are very thankful to this group of young men, as well as everyone who has supported them this year. And again, this team made history for our school again this year. So we're very, very proud of this group and very, very proud of their coaches. And now I'll just read the roster for you of these young men. Nolan Walker, 12th grade. Keith Tomchesson, 11th grade. Castulo Conch, 9th grade. Chris Puga, 10th grade. Carter Stock, 12th grade. Miller Quinn, 11th grade. Nick McHugh, 11th grade. Mario Miranda, 12th grade. Daniel Lopez, 12th grade. Riley McFarland, 11th grade. Alex Bertolo, 10th grade. Drew Welch, 10th grade. Ashton Morrow, 11th grade. Matt Roberson, 12th grade. Griffin Gaylor, 12th grade. Brian Sosa, 11th grade. Devin Connolly, 11th grade. Trevin Gaylor, 12th grade. Refugio Tosh, 9th grade. Dylan Gonzalez, 9th grade. Rudy Gasca, 9th grade. Anthony Diaz, 9th grade. Evian Martinez, 9th grade. Quentin Forley is the manager, 12th grade. Harley Hernandez, trainer, 10th grade. And Niley Hernandez, trainer, 10th grade. And of course, their head coach, Coach Goodley, and assistant Coach Walker. Let's give these young men and their coaches a round of applause. They had an outstanding season, and we're very, very proud of this group of young men and their coaches as well. And so we'll give those pins to you, Coach Bjorman, you can have those out in the morning. And now we've got our Spirit of Joshua band, and Mr. Stephen Snood, and we've got Mr. Snood here tonight also representing his band. And these are our individual students who earned seats in the TMEA Region 30 All-Region Band. The concert band, we have Lily Cooley, Joseph Aguirre, Joseph Biscuit, Luke Breedlove, Jackson Dial, Nick Smith, and Colton Gallandine. For the symphonic band, Melody Sanchez, Tia Cherno, and Ben Olajide. For the area members, Tia Cherno and Melody Sanchez. Let's give these students a round of applause. After the meeting, we'll give you some things so that you can hand out to your students as well as one for you also. Very, very proud of these students. It was a different year, and but they did very well. And Mr. Snood, in our workshop, we bragged about your wins this weekend as well as a world champion, and this deal will go really, explain that next month for us, and she recognizes you guys for that, so congratulations on that as well. Very proud of these young students, and they also performed in the all-region bands this year, they had that opportunity to do that, so again, outstanding work. And our next recognition, I have two students, they're here, and I'm gonna ask them to come on up when I call their name. I wanna read about, we talk about our students and we're so proud of our accomplishments, but another thing that we are really proud of in Joshua ISD is the character of our kids. We have students, we have great kids in Joshua ISD. Very proud. And when these kids, when you see them out in the community or out, doing things, it just makes us even prouder. They have great families, a great upbringing, they're our kids, and we are so proud that, when we hear stories about them, and we just want to share those stories. So Tanner Brown and Austin Brown, will you come on up? Tanner, raise your hand, Tanner. Okay, Tanner is a junior at Joshua High School, and Austin is a 10th grader at Joshua High School, and they are the sons of Laura and Bill Brown. Come on up and turn around so everybody can see you. Yes. And so, so let me tell you about these students. We're recognizing them for offering assistance to a motorist that was involved in an accident. But let me just read to you about, I'm going to give you this scenario, and then we also had a park ranger who also wrote an email about these two young men. So this happened on March 20th of this year. Tanner and Austin Brown were driving to meet their parents on the evening of March 18th. So actually it happened on March 18th. The email was received on March 20th. They observed the vehicle in front of them going fast. The driver lost control. The car spun across the road and nearly flipped over. They pulled over and immediately became concerned for the driver, who was a young lady, 7 months pregnant. She was hysterical and had hit her head. The young men immediately acted to help her out. Tanner called 911 and reported what had happened and where they were. Austin went over and calmly talked to her, got her name, found out that she had 2 other kids, and was accepted. He found out that she liked old Corvette Stingrays, so they chatted about cars, all while waiting for rescue to come. He gathered useful info to give to the policeman, who came while Tanner stood watch for rescue to show up. They knew exactly what to do, how to stay safe, and how to help another person when they most needed a hand. Not very many young men would have the courage, the character, and the wisdom to do what these two young men did. This is an email from, and I'm not going to be able to pronounce his last name, Eckhausen, I think Robert Eckhausen, who is a state park police ranger for Region 5, Texas Parks and Wildlife. This is his email to Mr. Brown. Your dad or your grandfather? Your dad, okay. He says, I'm writing to share my experience with Tanner and Austin Brown. On March 18th, I observed a vehicle along a rural and dangerous road. The vehicle had spun out and almost struck a rock embankment. 2 young men had stopped to help the 7-month pregnant lady. I believe it was Austin who was kneeling next to her and keeping her calm. He was speaking to her calmly and with concern. I assumed it was a boyfriend or family member. I was able to thank them just before they left. I was glad to see 2 young men helping a young lady who was in need. They stopped in a dangerous location to help a stranger. We need more caring and concern like Tanner and Austin displayed. Young men, we are so proud of you. You are just 2 outstanding young men. Let's give them a round of applause. very proud of you.
This is a form. We will move into the subject. Okay, consider consent agenda items.
Okay, so you have the minutes of our previous meeting on March 29th. We also have two budget amendments, Ms. Metzger reviewed with you in our workshop. Those budget amendments were both from high school. One for the Raptor system at high school and the other for band instruments at the high school. We do not have any purchases over $50,000 for this board meeting. Our accounts payable are in our check register section. My recommendation is that you approve the consent agenda items as presented.
Is there a motion? Motion by Ms. Pruitt, is there a second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wilson. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor? Seven no. Seven B, consider shared service agreement for the Crowley Regional Day School program for the deaf.
Okay, so every year we bring this to you guys. This is the program that we contract with for any students who are hearing impaired. And that, so we just go into this shared agreement every year. So my recommendation is that you approve the shared service agreement for the Crowley Regional Day School program for the deaf.
Make a motion.
Motion by Ms. Henderson. Here, second?
Second.
Second. Mr. Hudson. Any further questions or? All in favor? Same up. Section C, consider all education service center region 11 contracts for the 2021-2022 school year.
Okay, so Ms. Metzger, again, she reviewed this with you in our workshop. Yeah, you've got those contracts there for comprehensive services, for our basic contracts, our instructional services for Title I, Part C, migrant education program, instructional solutions and support, our on-data suite, our superintendent school board member training technology services, our TSES team services, for all of those contracts. And if you remember, if it was last month or the month before, you had that report from Region 11, which shows you all the money that we did save by going into these contracts and what the difference would be for that cost of those services if we did not have these contracts. So my recommendation is that you approve the ISD Region 11-21, 2021-2022 contract.
Motion.
I move we approve the agenda item C as stated.
Motion, Mr. Lawson. Here, second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Hudson. Any further discussion or question? All in favor? Seven no. Seven E, announce board member training. Where you go? Consider approving the instructional material allotment fees certification for the 21-22 school year.
Okay. So again, this is something that we do every year. So we do receive state funding. It's for instructional materials and technology. It's called the Instructional Materials and Technology Allotment. And those funds are used for textbooks. It can be used for other instructional materials and also for some technology. But we have to certify that when we use these funds, that the services that we are using them for and that we are purchasing with these funds are certified and that they are aligned with our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. And by approving this, you've got the documentation there that shows this, that we are aligned to our Texas Essential Knowledge and Skills. And so my recommendation is that you approve the instructional materials allotment and tech certification for the 21-22 school year.
Motion by Ms. Pruitt, here, second?
Second.
Second by Ms. Wilson. Any further discussion or question? All in favor? Seven no. Now, announce board member training credits. And got a person that try to make us all look bad. Total hours required, 13, hours completed, 13, hours in progress, 0. Kim Henderson. Total hours required, 13, hours completed, 13, hours in progress, 0. Charles Hutchins. Total hours required, 13, hours completed, 13, hours in progress, 0. Ira Foot. Hours required, 13, hours completed, 13, in progress, 0. Andy Wilson. Hours required, 13, hours completed, 13, 0 in progress. Winner of the class. What? Gene.
No, he's the last, because he's the winner.
Gene Lawson, 13, required, hours completed, 13, and hours in progress, 0. Now the winner. Hours required, 13, hours completed, 23.25, hours in progress, 0. So everybody completed all the hours.
And we are required to present this the month before the any board election, and so that's why we are reporting those this month.
It felt like more 13 hours though. Okay. Subject F, consider approval of record for low attendance day for middle school for April 14th, 2021.
Okay, so this was for last Wednesday when we had a community, situation for safety, and all of our schools did go into a secure situation. Prior to that, all schools going into that secure situation, the middle school went into a secure situation for primary school starting, and we did give parents, because when we were notified of the situation, buses were already en route to the school, parents may have already been en route to drop the students off, and some may not have. So we allow parents, and some could not get to that situation because there were some roads that were blocked. So our attendance for that day at Nichols Middle School was 43.75%. The state does allow us to apply for a waiver, and we can apply for that waiver in a situation for safety or weather, for those situations. Mr. Nickerson has prepared the waiver, and he did call a special outcry committee meeting last Friday afternoon. The outcry committee did vote to recommend this waiver to you as a school board, and so now I am recommending this waiver, that you approve this waiver, and should you approve this waiver, tomorrow morning, Mr. Hickerson will submit this waiver to TEA.
I make a motion we approve the waiver.
A second.
Motion by Ms. Wood, second by Ms. Henderson. Any further discussion or questions? All in favor?
And thank you, Chief.
Yes.
Very well.
That's all I have for everything.
Okay, at this time, the board will convene in closed session to discuss items authorized by the technical committee. Technical code section 550013551 084.
Where is Chris? Seriously.
It's not that, Chris.
The real one.
Probably left.
There he is.
He's coming on.
And John, you want anything, Larry, do you have anything? She gave you. Call the
Okay. I just want to read our resignations. We've got resignations from Shanna Allman, Meredith Bremer, Amy Burns, Kathy Cook, Robin Gocher, Reba Green, Derek Hardy, Edgar Hood, Holly Plum, Darlene Robbins, Shayla Sigler, Zachary Stevenson, Jericho Thurman, Amanda Williams, Jenny Yoakum, and Brandy Young. And that's all I have.
I hear a motion.
I make a motion, we adjourn.
Motion by Ms. Cruz, I hear a second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Olson. Any further discussion? All in favor? No vote.